And YouTube says that we're live. I just realized I forgot music. Why don't we start with nice, relaxing Bach's cello suite number 8. Number 1, apparently in G major, prelude. Hello everyone, and welcome to a nice and chill stream. It is the 27th of November, and we're doing great. I hope you guys are doing well too. Yesterday, in case you missed it, you probably didn't, but just in case, we managed after about 3-4 hours, I think, 3.5-4 hours, we went above 50,000 words. And will you look at how beautiful our progress bar up here now is? Yes, it is indeed extending beyond beyond the frame. I wondered what that would look like, and it looked just as funny as I had hoped. So, well, what's next? More of the same, to be honest. We're not done with our book about Vespa and Lemon and the plot to assassinate the Paladin Order of the Vigorous Oaths leader, Grand Protector Baldric. And maybe more. I know. We're on page 139. And now we can just relax, have fun, no more stress. We completed the challenge. The book is not done, but the challenge book is done. And I gotta say, I feel relieved. I didn't think I would feel this relieved, but to be honest, all that I talked about in the last couple of live streams, all that, I guess it was sort of stress, I don't know, maybe a little bit off balance, but just the fact that it was getting to me. I gotta say, it was really getting to me, having to sit down and stream for 5-6 hours every day. And now, that's gone. Hello streamers, as Flame still demoralized? No, I'm not demoralized anymore. I'm free! Dobby is free! So we keep on going. It's good to have you here, Flame. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And also, I feel like this chapter 11 that I was so... Oh, are you still demoralized, Flame? Oh, sugar, I'm sorry, I completely misunderstood you. Is your editing going terribly still? I mean, not going terribly, but you know what happened yesterday, which sucked ass. I mean, sucked. So I don't think you need to be demoralized. I know it sucked, and it is progress that is lost. But look at the bright side. You are editing this epic book that you have finished. I saw a statistic of on Cody the Writer's channel. He said that only 3-5% of everyone who starts out a book never finishes the first draft. And you are on the 3rd editing through whatever it's called. The 3rd edit. I'm now editing chapter 10 again instead of editing what I wanted. I'm doing all that I lost. Yes, I know it sucks and it is demoralizing, but look at the bright side. You are doing it, and it's going to be great. I'm sure of it. Now, what I want to say before was that I think it has also helped that I sort of figured out what to do with this chapter. So this chapter has been pretty heavy on the exposition and the world building. Vesper trying to convince more paladins about the drowners. Grand Protector Baldric being angry. And telling Squire Ronin, who arrived, to take her away. And he's done that, and he has put Vesper next to a scaffolding of this almost completed temple. And said to her, like, I need to go do some stuff, and we can do it through the window. I can hand you stuff through the window. That needs to be blah blah blah, whatever. That's sort of where we're going to begin today. Blaze Flame, what is the story actually about? A trade of plots? I need a small break. I'm not sure if I know what you mean by a trade of plots. We have the main plot, and that is... well, there are multiple plots, I guess we could say that. I sort of have this in my chapter overview here. We have the main plot, that the Temple of the Drowned is conspiring to kill the paladins and bring about the flood, which is the end of the world. Then we have Vesper, main character, who finds out about this and needs to save the day. Right, that's the basic plot. She meets and ends up spirit binding with this little bird called Lemon. That's the main plot, I would say. Subplots is finding out who you are. Vesper is not human, but a fae folk. And finding true friendship in best tween style. Then there's a subplot of an Eveningsun prophecy, which is the Guardians champions after a battle long ago versus a shadowy evil. And there's some connection there. So there are different plots here, but the main plot is Vesper trying to stop the drowners, the cults, the Temple of the Drowned, and their conspiracy to bring about this flood. Faceless, this is so planned. Thank you. I'm actually quite happy with this document, yeah. The introduction and main plot, and I'm not saying it's perfect, but it's nice to have some sort of structure and know where I am in the hero's journey and know what I want to introduce when. And then of course I haven't done this all for basically chapter 13 and above. It's pretty up for the grabs. But I do have plot points that I know I want to go through here in these chapters. So that's my plot, and I'm actually quite happy about it. I think it can be good. I don't think it's good now, but I think it can be good. Playstims, the way I did was just fill in spaces between the events that I wanted to happen. The story was meant to fill in the gaps between the start and the collisions. Okay, so it's a little bit more organic and natural, I guess. It sounds a bit like, I don't know if you played any of Telltale's games. They're Walking Dead or Wolf Among Us or the Game of Thrones stuff, but they had these very specific plot points that the story needed to go through, and then there were choices as you went on, and the story progressed slightly differently as you played it and after the choices that you made, but you always had to come back to these plot points. So it was a strange thing for a video game because it was an illusion of choice. You always ended up at these specific plot points, but the story to get there was a little bit different, and the characters were a little bit different every time. Okay, let's read something here. I definitely planned for a lot of stuff, says Flame. but character development and world building was just free to move and change. Yeah, that can be nice too. I like to have an idea of my characters before I start. At least the main ones. Like, so I know how they would act and react to what happens and why. Of course, they have changed as we have been writing, but yeah, it's cool that there are so many different styles, I think. Because I know someone like Stephen King, for example, he hates planning and structuring, and he just starts with characters and a vague idea of a plot, and then he writes a book and finishes it in 4 months, 3 to 4 months, and then it's a bestseller. So, let's start from here. As they arrived at the temple, Squire Ronin went past the 2 large wooden entrance doors and onto the unfinished and over to, I think that's supposed to be over to the unfinished last wall of the great structure. There's some things that High Jabata Arwin wants out of the temple to make it look all nice for the ceremony, and he said that we might as well store it in the dungeons, Squire Ronin explained. So I was thinking that you could be standing on this side of the wall, and I'll be sending the old things through the windows, since they're still not in. Okay. I have no idea what that was supposed to be, since they're still not in. What? Maybe I need to go back and watch that. Okay, Vespa finally managed to say with her almost normal voice. Good, Squire Ronin said. That makes it a lot easier for me, so I don't have to go all the way in and out of the temple doors for every item. You just stay right there, alright? Then I'll be back in a moment with the first things. Let's go with few. First few things. Vespa agreed with a nod as Squire Ronin walked past her, petting her on the crimson head while thanking her. Putting her ladle into her belt, Vespa sat her finger in front of Lemon, who stepped onto it without her even having to ask. I wonder what High Jabata Arwin wants to put down in the dungeons, she asked Lemon as she moved him in front of her face. Lemon replied with lots of ideas and theories of what it could be, judging from all his chirping. Maybe, we'll see, Vespa said, pretending to understand the yellow bird. She looked up to see the twin sons again, thinking about what Sire Harold and Sire Reynold had discussed. They hid behind some scaffolding that the builders used to finish the wall and the rest of the roof, or at least were going to use once they got more stones from somewhere downriver. Vespa didn't know exactly where the white stones came from, but even she could see that the ones lying stacked on top of the wooden scaffolding weren't enough to finish the building that had already been so many years underway. In fact, Vespa couldn't remember a time when it hadn't been under construction. Taking a few steps, Vespa could see the twin suns on their way into each other. She wondered what Sire Reynold had meant with pagans and the suns being magical. In fact, she thought, it sounded like a new adventure for Vespa of the Vigorous Oath and Lemon of the Golden Wing to find out. Maybe they could climb up the wooden scaffolding and get closer to the suns that way. Ah, Vespa, there you are. Vespa was abruptly brought back from her daydreamy. Okay, Flame, you are explaining your story. Binary Collision Course is a story of 2 men, Nicholas and Henry, Navy men. The first chapters are just introductions, character building. 2 factions, Sindasin and the Aphelion Empire, both descendant of the Republic. The Collision, Henry intercepts a Sindasinian armada approaching the border after discovering that it was also human everything explodes, and the first contact between the two is catastrophic. The story is about the collision of these two colossal nations and the story of these two people. Nice. So it's both the collision of the two nations and their war against each other, but it's also the collision of the two people. I quite like that idea, that the collision is both in this gigantic space war, you know, armadas, spaceship fleets destroying each other, but there's also a collision in the two characters that's much more personal, much more down to earth, I guess. I don't know, I haven't read it, of course, but that sounds cool. It's like I have with I did sort of the same with my first short story, with the title of it. So the first one is called Calamity. You can't see that. Now you can. It's called Calamity. And you know, calamity is a great big disaster. It's a catastrophe, but bigger. But I took it down to a breakup between two people because one of them had been religiously converted and indoctrinated and were leaving. Two people who should have been together, but so they are experiencing their own catastrophe in their relationship. I'm actually quite satisfied with that title. Playfilm says, yeah, the two do meet and they do fight, both with fleets and themselves in combat. So yeah, you got the collision between two people as well. That's cool. I like that idea. And I like I think I mentioned it yesterday, or was it the day before? But just having binary in the title, I think is very, very clever, because I think that instantly you connect that with science fiction, and you know, space opera. Miri is here. Hello, welcome, Miri. Good to have you here in live stream. How are you doing, all things considered? So why don't we start this chill stream, chill with some chill writing, which I probably brought back from her daydreaming, because Chapita Bragi. Approaching her, approach. With what looked like a very old book. What looked like a very old book. A very old book. Judging from the, how do we say that? Judging from the clouds of dust that followed him. Dust that seemed seem to follow him. I feel like there's a different way of saying that. Words, phrase. Miri says, I'm just getting out of work. That's good. Good to know that, well, that you're out of work. I mean, that means you have time to write, right? Which is where we want you. With your story between your hands. Yeah, Flames, Flame had a bit of a catastrophe yesterday. So that sucks. That really, really sucks. But Vespa stopped herself. Vespa stopped herself. I feel like this is a bit of a crutch phrase, maybe. Crutch. When she remembered when she remembered having, I don't know, it's a bit of a weird sentence, this one, having to properly address the member of the temple of the temple. Here says, I will be riding after my girlfriend to pick me up. Nice. Yeah, Placement says paused would be a good replacement here. Yeah, I think so. I think you're right. Paused. Chapter Bragi. I don't know. I don't know if I want her to be like super formal with him, but I also kind of want Bragi to actually say like, don't be so formal when the high chapter isn't near. Just say Tabitha Bragi, hi. I don't. Nah. Me. This is a great start. I've written 4 lines and there's always 4 comments here. There we go. Don't be. Don't be so formal. The chapter smiled. No need for that when the high chapter is not here around. No need for that when the high chapter for the paladins are not around. What are you doing here? End of page 139. Yoinks. And 140. Yes. Oh yes. What are you doing out here? He asked as if he just realized where they were. He asked as if he just realized where they were. Squire Ronin. Asked me to Flaveswim says, I noticed that you don't put the fountain pen cap on the end. It looks so short. Oh. I never thought of that. But now it's so heavy though. You know? That's weird. I never thought of that. Interesting. I think I'm gonna, like, I'm so used to it now. I think I'm just gonna do it without, but interesting. I never, what? The problem is it's a bit heavier. It's not a lot, right? It's just you're used to a different, to something different. And also I don't know if you can see really, the cap is very smudged with ink. So yeah, let's just keep it like that. That's a funny little detail. Then I'm gonna write down 0, 0. No cap on ink pen end. And you know, also, if I do that, you guys can see that it says Lammy, whatever it's called. And we want that so they can sponsor me, right? That's big brain finance plays right there. Oh, to me, no cap just makes it lighter, like just makes it too light. It's funny because I've never even considered that you normally put the cap on the end like that. But I can definitely see what you mean now that you've said it. Help him. With moving things. from the temple to the dungeons through the window. Through... God, through... Oh my god, that can't be true. Through... I can't spell through... Through... There we have it. Through the windows. Oh my fucking god. I might be too chill today with having reached our goal of 50,000 words yesterday. To the dungeons, through the windows. Let's be told with lemon chiming in. Chiming in. My fountain pen is black, so the ink stains don't matter. Yeah, that's I mean, I can see the practicality of it, but I just really like colors, and I really like yellow, so there was like no doubt in my mind that this one had to be yellow. Also, it was one of the cheaper ones that Lamy made. But it's good. I like it. I love writing with it. To the dungeons. To the dungeons. Bragi repeated with a confused look. Well, what do I know? Well, what do I know? No! Oh my god. I'm so terrible with this writing sometimes. Flason says it actually took me a while to buy a real Lamy. I was using garbage ripoffs for a while until the second draft. Main reason it looked so messy. Oh yeah, so the ripoff looked messy. I don't know, this one was cheap. It was like 200 Danish kroner, which is what? It's like $30 or something. 200 DKK $2. Hey, will you look at that? My math. Dang, it's good. I thought that was pretty cheap. I was also looking at ones for like 60, 70, $80 and even 120. And then I thought to myself, you know what? Maybe just get the cheap one. And then you can upgrade if you actually found this interesting to write. And that was 3 years ago. 2 years ago. By the end of 2023. And I've been writing ever since. Well, what do I know? I wanted to show you something very interesting. Very interesting. that I found. He then stated, he didn't turn the conversation. No. He then said, I guess, and showed and handed Vespa the dusty old book. After experiencing cheap hell, Flame said, I have fallen in love with it, and now that I'm testing out no cap again, it just feels too light. It's so funny. It's so funny because this weighs what, 2 grams or something. I don't know, but it's just a feeling that you're used to, right? But do you also write your first draft by hand, Flame? With ink pen? Or is it just like notes and stuff that you write with hand? It was heavier than it looked. Dust covered brown leather cover. With its dust covered brown leather cover. It must indeed have been very old. Been very old. I was just about to write Biakuas because both the cover both the cover and the because both the cover and the pages were damp and smelled of mildew. I need to make sure that I know what mildew is. Yes, that's what I thought it was. Placement says, yeah, the first draft was made by a fountain pen. Took 2 to finish. It just kept blocking. And that book was 400 pages. The second draft, using the fountain pen, never clogged the stop. Nice. Huh, interesting. I found that it's a good replacement for, because I found, wow, I read that really weird. I found that 4 is a good replacement for because just feels too normal amidst the other grand words. I think I'm not sure that I wanted that because make a whole lot of sense here, but I don't think that 4 is the right word or either. I could also just have comma both the cover and the pages with damn smell of mildew. But I can imagine when you want things to be grand in a space opera setting, I can imagine the need for phrasing it like that. Mm-hmm. Peter Bragi. Already opened it. Already open it. Already opened it. Two pages close of the end. And pointed at the text he wanted her to read. Whisper. Yeah, Place Flame says he was left in solitude because he was insane. He was left in solitude for he was insane. Well, I 100% agree with you that it sounds more grand. It sounds more poetic. You know, like someone actually writing a poem or something. But it's also not very everyday speak. I'm not saying that you need that, but yeah, it's much more written word poemy, I think. For he was insane. I use because if it fits the characters, I use 4 if it's the narrator. Yeah, but yeah, again, you're also writing the grand space opera, right? So it totally makes sense, I feel like, to use 4 there instead of because. Because it is indeed this written epic. You were right. Prague is said as Vesper read the musty pages. Musty page. This book mentions the aftermath of a great battle right here, where Black River's keep was made. Keep was built. Yeah, if you want to be essay fancy due to the reason, that's true. Then use 4 as well. I can remember if the battle for the dying light was mentioned in the catacombs, so I'm just gonna assume that it wasn't, and Vesper is going to be like, what great battle? Oh, the book won't say. What great battle? Vesper asked. Very intrigued. Very intrigued. Yeah, Dew could also be a good replacement. He was left in solitude due to him being insane. I feel like Dew is a little bit more everyday speak, yeah. It's a bit more chunky though, and it completely ruins the grand words with all the useless ones needed to support it. Yeah, it makes it a bit more everyday like. A bit more headline in a newspaper. As she continued down the page, continue it down. It doesn't say. Peculiarly enough. Peculiarly. Is that a word? Peculiarly. I don't know. Peculiarly enough. Peculiarly enough. Word? Chavita Bragi and put his hand on his chin. On his chin. It clearly wasn't the first time. Wasn't the first time. Okay, Miri says, okay, I'm home now, settling to write. Sweet. Sweet. Go get them words. Edit them words. As is also a good replacement, says Flame, for because. But for just. Before just strikes it out in practice. You really thought a lot about that, haven't you, Flame? You really thought a lot about replacing because. He had given that a thought. That is a weird sentence. Weird. Because I never use it. I already thought about it. Just redigging those thoughts. Do you mean because you never use it? Or for you never use it? Huh? But look what it does say right here. He pointed to the page again. Vespa had already been reading. Did I just write the text into one word? Text? What? What the hell? Text? Pointed at the text. The text. Oh my god. You know you're doing great when you make up your own words. Just to save space, I guess. Text. Oh no, please Flame. I'm not actually telling a story here. My internet crashed yesterday, so I just missed the 50k mark. No! Oh my god, it's just one of those days where everything goes wrong. Ah, shit. I was so demoralized that I just drew a new star map. Well, it's good to have something to do just when everything else fails. Yeah, I do that all the time, says Miri. Shakespeare was making up all kinds of words. I feel like Shakespeare had a little bit more oomph to his name, at least, so far. Who knows what this will end up being. The son of the evening. Vespa read aloud. Exactly. You were right. Bragi said with a smile. Vespa, of course, already knew she was right. Guess that should actually be a paragraph, a new paragraph. Because, of course, already knew that she was right from the catacombs. That's right. From the catacombs. 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 But played along anyway. Oomph is not in the English lexicon. You are making up words again. I think oomph just derived from impact. Is that a note? This one? This one is just when I forget to do paragraphs. So I make this short of this sort of sign. Oh, I'm sure oomph. Oomph is an actual word. Hey, part of the 3 words. Oh my god, you already hit the goal. Yippee! I love your enthusiasm, buddy. But yes, we hit it yesterday. It was great and amazing. Oomph. See? Oomph. The quality of being exciting, energetic. Oh, okay. Well, that's not... Oomph means slang, energetic and exciting. Personal charm, magnetism, glamour, sex appeal apparently, punch, vitality. So I was not making up that word. Informal. Lemon, on the other hand, seem to have a thing or two, or two to tell. Oh. The chapter from Vesper's shoulder. From Vesper's shoulder. Shakespeare had a little more sex appeal. I've seen Shakespeare in love, and I mean, if that was the real Shakespeare, then yes. It seems that the first champion of this place was someone called Renaid. Renaid. Let's go without the H. Renaid. Or something like that. Renaid. Vesper asked. Surprised to hear his name, to hear the spirit's name. Name. Spirit's name mentioned, actually. Mentioned. That might be... how you say it, yes? How you say it. Yes. Bragi. Stated. But how did you know that? How did you know that? Oh my god. There we go. His brow furrowed. His brow furrowed is definitely also becoming a crotch phrase. As he asked. Crotch. Blazer says, I will be back. I need to return to Word, where hell is awaiting me. I will return. Well, you're most welcome back. When hell has had too much of you, Blaze Flame, then we will await your return. Now, good luck, soldier. As he asked. I lost my train of thought. His name is mentioned down in the catacombs. Vesper explained. She didn't want to lie to Bragi. She didn't want to lie to Bragi. But she also didn't feel comfortable. She also didn't feel comfortable. Comfortable to, no, just telling him about that's a T, not an X. about this spirit in the Warhammer. No. Okay. No apostrophe there. Maybe I do need to pay those catacombs a visit. Ragi said. He suddenly shook his entire body real quick. Brr. But just the thought. Just the thought gives me the chills. Vesper thought it looked funny. Thought it looked funny. When a big man like that, big man, pretended to be cold. Pretended to be cold in the middle of the summer. The middle of the summer. Who wrote it? Who wrote the book? Vespa asked. both to sway. I don't know if that's the word I'm looking for. Word. The conversation. Sway the conversation. That was the end of page 141. No, 140. So we move to page 141. And, well, will you look at that? We failed. We failed making the 4. Isn't that beautiful? Oh well, fanning it, fanning it, fanning it. Away, I didn't write away, did I? No, sway the conversation away from Renaith. New page, woo! Says Miri. Oh yes, Miri, thank you for the enthusiasm. It is much appreciated. Away from Renaith. But also because she was genuinely genuinely curious. It doesn't say that either. Chabita Bragi said. Or maybe it does, or maybe it did. Maybe it did. But oh wow. But time has taken it away. Did you know that I had to find this in the barracks? Find this in the barracks. I don't know if that's the right place, but I'm just thinking like the old. So there was a temple for the equilibrium, the old religion, and that got torn down, and then they built up a new one. Miri says we love a new page. It has the greatest potential. Wow, that's very very well said. It's very poem-like. Stowed away with a bunch of others. Down in the basement. To think anyone would treat... To think anyone would treat the written word like this. He shook his head. His head in disappointment. In disappointment. Disappointment. And my best guess is that a priest maybe it's a pagan priest. Wrote it down. As a sort of warning. It mentions how there must always be a son of the evening. But there's sadly a bunch of pages missing. There's a bunch of pages missing. So it is never explained why. Never explained why. Do 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 do. That's something I wanted to write. I had something I wanted to write in this book that I'm writing. No, I meant I lost my train of thought. I was suddenly thinking about Sunday, what we're going to do on Sunday. I'm thinking I want to have like an 8-hour stream, ended at midnight, and then be like, boom. That's how far we got during NaNoWriMo. I think that could be pretty fun. And then maybe have a down here, instead of the goal thingy, we have a countdown till midnight. That could be very fun, I think. Missing. Vespa had originally wanted to ask about this pagan. Originally wanted to ask about this pagan priest and what that meant, and what Bragi had meant with that. What Bragi had meant but missing pages sounded more immediately interesting. But interesting. She thought. Weird sentence. Weird sentence. Whoops. Missing how? Oops. She asked, flipping. To the back of the book. Of the dusty old book. They look to have been torn out. Froggy explained. Running his hand over, let's say he's left-handed, his left hand, why not? First, through his ring of thin hair, I think we need a hair color, but I don't remember it. Color. They looked to have been torn out. Such a shame. Okay, so now that I think we've basically written everything that we want from Bragi here. Now we just need to make him go away, and then And then we need to have something fall from the sky, a stone or something, and almost hit Vesper. So yeah, this isn't going to be a long chapter, I don't think. Well, we're actually almost at 10 pages, so it's not so short either. But it's not going to be a 20-page chapter, that's for sure. Vesper could almost feel the sadness in the chapter's voice. She liked books, especially Cyanils, especially the adventures of Cyanil. But she had never met anyone. She had never met anyone as protective, as in love with books. Do we have another word for in love? Infatuated, enamored. So crazy about books. So let's go with caring, actually. So caring, as caring. Caring about books. As Chabita Bragi. Why did it change from a sun to sun then? She asked as she felt the damp strips. Hey, Nicoletta is here. Hey there, everybody. Hi, Nicoletta. Good to have you here. Good to see you on the stream and in the chat. How's it going? And good to see that you're keeping up the discipline, keeping the writing up, which I assume you are when you're joining here. The damn pieces of torn pages. Left in the back of the book. The back of the book. I don't know. I don't feel like pieces is the right word here. Right. I'm afraid I don't know that either. That I don't know that either. Bragi admitted. Bragi admitted. I had only just found that book. And I wanted to show you. Wanted to show it to you immediately. Vesper was unsure of what to say. It wasn't often that anyone outside of a fair took this much interest, took this much interest in her. Lemon, however, seemed to have no problem finding the words. As he kept on chirping away, chirping. Nicoletta says, I'm moving forward with the plot, so that's great for me. Nice. Well done, Nicoletta. How's it going, guys? Well, it's actually going quite well here. I am feeling really chill and just all around pretty good about, like, after hitting 50,000 yesterday, all nervousness, all stress, all I don't want to say stress really, but I did do it. But I don't know if you noticed, but I talked about last couple of days that I had actually been just wanting the thing to sit down and live stream all this was actually sort of getting to me until I started, and then it was going great. But right now I'm just, all of that is gone. We're just having fun. It's a really good feeling. Miri says, well, I'm trying to finish this chapter and hit 50,000 words. Yes, but I'm starting to get very tired. Work took a lot out of me. Holidays can be the worst sometimes. What do you work with, Miri? If it's like a salesperson or shop or something, I can imagine that these holidays can be really sucky and stressful. Yeah, Miri, you got this, as Nicoletta said. We believe in you. I have asked the High Chariter but he seemed to get super defensive. Oh, that's super. Very defensive about it. Very defensive about it. Probably said, maybe I need to press him on it again. I need to press him on it again. A sly smile. Grew on his pudgy face. Pudgy. And there's still plenty. There's still plenty more books down in the barracks basement. In the basement of the barracks of the barracks that I need to go through. Are you working food service and today is Thanksgiving? Oh dear Lord. Oh dear Lord, I can only imagine how stressful that must be. Yeah, today must have been chaotic, exactly. It must have been horrible. What can Vespa ask here? We need Bragi to move, to go away. We can make a little bit of a funny thing here. No. Miri says, yes, very much. And I worked longer than normal. People were in a bad mood too, which didn't help. Ugh. People in a bad mood. Such a classic thing to just let it go. Not let it go, but to take it out on the people working. Ugh. Vespa didn't. That wasn't better. Didn't. Hey, look at how close we are to finishing page 141. Vespa didn't get to ask any more about the book. Book as the chapter. Perked up. Looking into the temple through the windows. Into the temple. Through the windows. Nicoletta said, yes, you survived, and what's better than coming back home and writing, entering a much better world than the real one. Yes, well, I will say, listening to Miri and what she's telling about her writing, I'm not so sure that her world is better. All the trauma that she's inflicting upon her characters. Trauma and terrible situations. In fact, there he is now. He exclaimed. the book. From Vesper's hands. And Nicoletta says, hey, still, it's healing for the writer. Somebody said, well, I love my writing, I'm very tired. My world isn't that bad. Well, maybe. No, well, we believe you. We believe whatever you say. Whatever you want us to believe, we'll believe. No better time than the present, right? Bragi gave Vesper a smiling wink. And headed to the hydrate time. All right. Always good to stay hydrated. Coca-Cola, please sponsor me. To the temple's entrance. As there was definitely no way, no way he could fit through the narrow windows of the unfinished wall of the unfinished all right, be right back. I need to go to the bathroom. And we're back. What is the goodbye phrase for the religion? Common sayings. Haven burn your path. Light haven som viatum ad. Light haven som viatium. Should she just say heaven be on your path? Yeah. Haven be on your path. Vespa replied, much less formally. Even if she knew the words, even if she knew the words of the blessed language, yes. Lemon kept chirping as Jabita Bragi walked away. Page 141 is done, and we move on to a brand new page of 142. Yo. Sweet, and we didn't mess up the number 4 this time around. Great. Great. You never stop talking, do you? Vespa lovingly said. As she took onto her finger again. Her finger again. Lemon gave 2 loud tweets. 2 loud whistles with half spread wings. Half spread. Half spread wings. Which Vespa took as a firm no. Yes, so we want... Let's have Vespa like lampshade. Where the hell is Ronin? What's taking him so long? And then Lemon should suddenly start panicking, grabbing Vespa's finger and trying to drag her away. And then a big stone comes dropping down where she was standing, basically. Oh. Yes, something like that. I wonder what taking Squire roaming so long. Vesper asked Lemon, who gave no concrete answer. Asked Lemon, who gave no concrete answer. She looked into the windows. But could only see Chapita Bragi showing the dusty old book. To the high chapter. Who seemed to much rather wanting direct and instruct the structure up here, priests, should probably have like a teaching assistant or something, an acolyte, attendant, but we have 3 attendants, so I don't want to do assistants. Maybe just assistants is good enough. Devotees, no. Instruct. Temple's assistants. And some of the squires. We should of course have that mentioned earlier, that there are assistants. Mention earlier. On the preparations for the ascendance ceremony. Ascendance. No. Ascendance. Ascendance ceremony. Squire Ronin was nowhere to be seen, nowhere to be seen. Okay, so now I guess we can. I think we can write this like right before I go have my food break. So yeah, now we want Lemon to suddenly panic and trying to move Vespa. And she looks up and a big stone is falling from the scaffold. And she doesn't deflect it, but she puts a plated gauntlet up as defense, and it like hits her a little bit. But if she hadn't taken a step, she would have been crushed by it. So Lemon saves her. Which is basically the end of the chapter. So I don't think it's going to be much longer than this page here. Maybe a little bit. Maybe next page as well, but we'll see. All of a sudden, sudden key. All of a sudden, abruptly, all of a sudden, spare moment, instant, unexpectedly, swiftly, instantaneously, headlong, overnight, mysteriously, miraculously. I guess all of a sudden. Lemon began what could only be described, what could only be described as a panicked screeching. A loud he grabbed onto Vespa's finger. And furiously started flapping his wings. His yellow wings almost as if he was trying to move her. What? What is it? Vespa asked as she moved a couple of steps in the direction of where Lemon seemed to be leading her. Before stopping. Ow, you're hurting my finger. Ow. You're hurting my finger. Vespa said, while trying to calm him down. How is she trying to do that? I don't know. To calm him down. And get the bird to let go. That's his finger. Supposed to say finger. But I'm not even sure I want finger, because we already said finger up there. He might have been. A small little ball of feathers. Yellow feathers. Yellow feathers. But his claw grip was surprisingly strong. Surprise. And with Surprise! I'm not gonna end the stream, but I am going to have my food break now. So we'll be back in just about 15 minutes. And I'll see you then. Have fun with Calamity. Calamity. Journey is 1. The fires and the candles lit up, so did the flames of the fireplace. They always did that when Huorhun was agitated. Furious might be a better word, judging by the roars coming from the hearth. In fact, the heat was getting a little too much, even for a dwarf, so Tuvehan took a step away from the blazes. He looked at his wife with apprehensive hazel eyes. "You are not leaving," Huorhun almost shouted, trying to get some of her fiery red hair, those strands that always eluded her braid, under control. She was standing by the dinner table made of solid dark granite. The matching granite chair she was sitting on moments earlier had been toppled over when she jumped to her feet in anger. Huorhun let out an irritated groan as she gave up on the flaming red logs, turning her attention back to Tuvehan. "By the slumbering giants, who put this stupid idea in your head?" Huorhun asked. The question was followed by a stare so intense it seemed as if she was trying to light her husband on fire that very second. Tuvehan looked at the black leather jerkin in his hands. He was wearing his brown one already, on top of a dark green linen shirt, ready to leave as soon as he was done packing. His grey woolen travel cloak was hanging by the door. The Chapitas and their entourage are leaving Shina Kien to spread the teachings of the 5 pillars to more lands, and they're in dire need of craftsmen, so I figured I would lend them my skills as an iron artisan, Tuvehan explained as he placed a black jerkin in his travel chest. "And what? Because they asked you nicely, you're just gonna uproot your whole life and leave me behind?" Huorhun asked as she took a sudden step forward. In her current state, she didn't notice that she almost tripped on her black silken kun skirt, embroidered with beautiful red and ember roses. "When were you planning on telling me about this?" "No, it's just that..." "Just what?" Huorhun interjected with a sharp voice. "Huhu," Tuvehan pleaded. "You have to calm down." He tried to speak in his calmest voice as sweat started to form on his forehead. "Don't hoo-hoo me," Huorhun protested, never breaking her stare. Tuvehan could feel her eyes like ruby red daggers that bore into his soul. He wasn't sure which was worse, that or the blazing heat. "No, Tuvehan paused for a moment to make sure that he chose the right words. "I didn't just mean me, I meant the both of us. I want you to go with me so we can continue working together as we always have, and being together. I mostly want you to travel with me so we never have to be apart. It's true, I've already made preparations for you to join as well." Huorhun replaced her stare with a look of angry confusion. "How long have you known that these humans were leaving?" For a second or two, Tuvehan just looked at his wife, and then he answered with a nervousness clinging to his voice. "For a couple of weeks." "For a couple of weeks!" A burst came from every source of fire in the Monarch Weaver household, as Huorhun shouted the words back to her husband. "And for all this time it didn't occur to you to talk to me about this?" "It did, and I tried several times, but..." "But what?" "I just..." Tuvehan sent her another pleading look. "I just couldn't." Huorhun wasn't quite sure what to do with that information. "Why couldn't you tell me?" she asked as the heat in the room dissipated a bit. "I was afraid of..." Tuvehan needed to find a little more courage before finishing the sentence. He knew how it sounded even if it was true. "Afraid of how you would react." He didn't look at her, but kept packing his wide-sleeved Shidu robes as he finished. Huorhun tried to digest that answer. "And you thought this was the way to do it?" she finally muttered. "No, Tuvehan had nothing. The pair stood in silence, looking at each other. The daggers had dulled, however, as Tuvehan noticed the beginning of tears forming in the narrow corners of Huorhun's eyes. Tuvehan was the first to break off as he went up the small steps to their bedroom for more clothes to pack. "Think of all the good we could do if we traveled together," Tuvehan said loudly from the other room. He didn't wait for a response before continuing. Somehow he found it easier to speak with his wife not in sight. "We could maybe even teach the humans some proper blacksmithing, you and I. You should see some of the flimsy tools and whatnot." Tuvehan chuckled a bit behind his small but full chestnut beard as he re-entered the large dining room. A chuckle that quickly faded as he saw Huorhun standing in the exact same spot, not having moved a muscle, and she was still staring directly at him. But most importantly, he added in a sincere tone, we belong together, you and I, at the forge and in life. Do we now? Huo-hun countered. And this is how you expressed to me that we belong together, by suddenly leaving, never having said anything to me. Tu Wei-han knew she was right, but dodged the question. You have to come with me, Hu, he exclaimed, probably a bit louder than intended. You know how great we are in the smithy together. When you are handling the fire and I'm at the anvil, I feel like we can make anything together. Things that could compare to what the first dwarves made in the stories. Don't be ridiculous, Huon scoffed as she dismissed her spouse's claim. You know it, I know you do, Tu Wei-han continued. When you truly feel the flames and the metal starts singing to me, I swear it's as close to magic as you can get. Tu Wei-han had stopped packing and instead walked towards Huo-hun. And you also know that I'm not the only one to think so. Or do you question the will of our Green Empress? No, Huo-hun did not question the Empress of Shi-Na-Kien, nor had she forgotten about her relieving Huo-hun from initiate at the Chamber of the Heart. The Empress had done so after Huo-hun and Tu Wei-han, as young teens, had snuck into the smithy of the Shield Shaper family. Against the wall next to the forge, they had found a crate of rare materials and used them to procure the most wonderful scepter that the Empress had ever seen. Your dad was so angry when he first found out what we had done, Huo-hun said with a small smile as the slightly crooked teeth began to show. And he had never been so proud as when he saw the Empress's reaction to the results of our little stunt. I think it also helped that she replaced all of the materials. Tu Wei-han gave another chuckle. He was standing right in front of Huo-hun now. Sometimes I wonder if it was just because he didn't take a loss and not so much that the Green Empress graced us with her kindness. They both looked at each other smiling, although Huo-hun's eyes were still wet. But that's why the human needs us, Hu-hu, Tu Wei-han said as he laid his rough hands on her for a dwarf narrow shoulders. Please, please come with me. I feel like we have to help them because we have so much to offer. Tu Wei-han had always been such a helpful and caring person, Huo-hun thought to herself. It was actually one of the biggest reasons that she loved him so much. He was always right there with a helping hand no matter the problem. But this was too much, even for him. Before she could say anything, however, Tu Wei-han spoke again. And isn't this what you always wanted? All perplexed by the sudden question, Huo-hun couldn't manage to get any other words out. You know, back when we used to skip my classes and your initiate duties in the Chamber of the Heart, when we explored every nook and cranny of Shi-Na-Kien, pretending to be explorers of the humid jungles to the south, or finding ancient artifacts of the first dwarves in the frozen wastes of the north, Huo-hun did remember. In fact, those times when the two of them managed to sneak away were probably her happiest memories from her time as chamber initiate. Remember that time, Tu Wei-han continued, when we laid on the roof of one of the western guard towers looking out over the rice fields and watching the sun set on the vast lands beneath the giant? Again, of course, Huo-hun remembered. She clearly remembered sitting on those faded green roof tiles that stuck out from the side of the giant, feeling the last rays of the sun as they disappeared under the horizon. And she also clearly remembered the feeling of warmth when looking at Tu Wei-han lying down next to her with his eyes closed. I do remember, she said, smiling a little brighter. Keeper Jiao-han gave me a whack with the ever-burning staff and made me clean up the medicine chambers for 21 days after I came back. But it was all worth it. My heart keeper made me recite dusty old history books in front of my entire class, Tu Wei-han said, meeting her smile. And my mother made me promise never to see you again after that. He shrugged as they both laughed. I also remember that you, on that roof, made me swear that we would someday travel to the other slumbering giants that are out there. Tu Wei-han grabbed Huo-hun's hands and squeezed them ever so slightly. And I remember you making me this brooch out of twigs, leaves, and some sap so I wouldn't forget that promise. Huo-hun reached out for the brooch adorning Tu Wei-han's chest just above his heart. You've always worn it ever since, she stated. I felt her eyes welling up again. It was so long ago. I'm surprised it's still intact. I will never let it break, he told her, but I have had to mend it a lot. It's not made of the sturdiest of materials. Tu Wei-han's smile turned cheeky as she looked at Huo-hun, awaiting her response. This time it was her turn to let out a chuckle.
You even wore it on top of your fancy brown shido when we wed. I did. That time it was you who made the promise and not me forcing you to swear, Huahun recalled. I did that too. It was important for me to let you know that I meant it. The two of them got back to simply standing there. Tuvehan was looking at his wife's fair, round face while Huahun was fiddling with his brooch. The anger and desperation had left the room, if even for a moment. Huahun was the first to break the silence. I'll never forget the pain of waiting for you to turn 20 so we could get married, she said, still looking at the brooch. Me neither. And I'll never forget the pain that came next and was so very different either. Tuvehan pulled up the left sleeve of his green linen shirt, revealing a strip of scorched skin across the wrist. Huahun likewise pulled up the white sleeve of her new green roo, showing the matching mark on her right wrist. I don't know what I expected, Tuvehan said as he rubbed his scorched mark. I mean, they did pour molten lava over our joined arms, even if it was just for a couple of seconds. I didn't care, Huahun returned. They could have lowered me into the fiery heart itself if it meant that I could finally call you my own. Huahun caressed Tuvehan's cheek and his always neatly combed beard. And if nothing else, Tuvehan added, the look on our family's faces when Her Highness entered the heart chamber, wielding our scepter to name us monarch weavers, was incredible to say the least. I still think that your parents were a little disappointed that we wouldn't continue the line of shield shapers by name. If they did, they hit it well. I just remember both of them shining almost as much as your father and mother, and they seemed happy to simply be at the Chamber of the Heart that day. Well, you know how big it was for Mom and Dad, Huahun added. Being a rice tiller rarely grants you any privileges, so seeing her green grace up close was quite something. It's still my mom's favorite story to tell. I know, and I always let her share it when we visit. Tuvehan continued to smile, but Huahun's demeanor suddenly changed. But you're not gonna visit them anymore, are you? The silence fell upon the couple once more. This time it was Tuvehan to break it, though his smile had faded too. I swore to you that I would take you to see the world, he said in a heartfelt tone of voice. That I would take you to see the mists of Wu-Na-Kien, the frozen peaks of Sai-Na-Kien, the restless sleep of Hu-Na-Kien, or any of the other slumbering giants. This is me trying to finally keep that promise, or at least the start of it. Tuvehan had gone back to packing as he started listing the different giants sleeping across the world. He had found several belts, both for everyday work and some formal ones decorated with beautiful jade to take with him. Come with me, Huhu, so we can explore when no dwarf ever has, just like we dreamed of doing. Huahun had trouble finding the words again. Don't know what you're expecting of me. Part of her wanted to say yes to Tuvehan's proposal, to travel by the side of his spouse, help the humans, and see where it would take them. A bigger part of her, however, reminded her of what had happened so long ago when she was still living among the rice fields with her family. She stammered. Not like this. It's too similar, was all Huahun finally managed to say. Too similar to what? Tuvehan replied, having found a bunch of woolen pants to pack, mostly of grey and black, but also different shades of green and brown. You know, Huahun didn't want to think about it, much less say it out loud. She took a deep breath before finishing the sentence. About the time when they came. The memory of desperately looking over her shoulder as 3 elder heartkeepers led her from her family was a wound that had never truly healed. Of course Tuvehan knew what she was talking about, and he felt rather terrible for asking that question. Huhu, it's not gonna be like that time, he promised her. I'm not taking you anywhere against your will. But you're not giving me a choice, Huahun interrupted before Tuvehan could finish what he wanted to say. You are merely coming here and suddenly springing this huge thing on me and expecting me to follow? For all the slumbering giants out there, what did you think I would say? No, you didn't think that far. She once again didn't let her husband finish as the fires of the room burned brighter. You're giving me an impossible choice, and that's taking away control, and you know what that does to me and how much... Huahun could feel her body tensing. Suddenly it got harder to speak the words she wanted. She tried to take a deep breath as a means to go on. You can't do this, she finally managed to say. You have already made a choice, and then you put it on me to decide if we... Not now, Huahun thought. Not now of all times. I can't. Huohun started to stutter again. You can't. A thousand thoughts raced through her head as Huohun's body started to shut down. The thoughts drowned out anything she was trying to say, resulting in her just standing there in the middle of the room with a slightly open mouth, looking at nothing. Not even her husband. Tuwehan had not moved either, but was staring at her with great concern.
Wow, that was exceptionally well timed by me, if I should say so myself. And of course, I should. But yeah. Welcome back from the food break. Calamity, you can read that on the webpage. And you can also listen to the whole thing here on YouTube. That's all up to you. I would be most happy if you so desired one of those options. Let's get back to our writing, shall we? But before I do, I just realized my hands are really cold again. Stupid Denmark cold weather of my apartment. Stupid my apartment, because it's so badly insulated. Don't want to hold the mug like this again. Oh, I also do not want to hit the book with any excess water. All right. Where were we? We were where Lemon is trying to save Vespa, but his claw grip was surprising, and we're off again. Surprisingly strong. Let's just see. Surprisingly strong. As Vespa couldn't get him to neither stop screeching, stop gripping, screeching nor flapping, screeching, nor flapping his wings, nor flapping his bright yellow wings. Yellow wings. he yanked on her finger. She noticed the D. She noticed. Damn it. No. Noticed. Looking up to the sky. While he yanked on the finger. Multiple times. This is, of course, needs to be rephrased because that was pretty bad. Rephrase. That was pretty terrible bad. Cheers. I just sort of, I don't quite know how I want to phrase this. This is, of course, an action sequence, and I don't know how good I am at action sequences. Sorry, I had something stuck in my teeth. What are you looking at? She asked. And turned her copper eyes towards the sky. Has Lemon managed to move her a couple steps more? Managed to move her a couple of steps more. Whoops. What could be so fear rushed through Vespa. It had been a bit tricky to see because of the bright suns. Bright suns. But she noticed the black square silhouette. Square silhouette of course of the bright suns. There's some time of day here that we need to settle on, and there's how is the temple placed? How is the temple built? It's mostly like directionally, because, well, I guess if it's midday, the suns would be high up in the sky, right? So I guess it could work. That the stone falling towards her is like in the suns. but she's soon. Becoming bigger and bigger. And quickly becoming even bigger. Okay, so we don't want her to freeze this time around like she did with the horse. But we could have a hint of it. I think that could be pretty good. Yeah, I think that could be pretty good. How is the ink looking? I think it's looking good. We did just change it yesterday, of course. I'm not sure I want to say like for a split second. Bigger and bigger. Oops. For a moment. For a split second. And then we say word. For a split second, Vespa. Let me just check something. Vespa's body froze in the same way. Froze in the same way. That had a little happened. When the horse oh my god, could you please just write actual letters instead of what you're doing? When the horse came thundering at her. I like that thundering, but it may be a bit crutch. But I do really like that. Crutch. Towards her. Towards is better. But as soon as Vespa realized what came crashing down. I don't actually know if that's more like if a roof comes crashing down, isn't it? Word came crashing down for her. Came crashing down for her. Okay, I think somehow, maybe it's just because it's a difficult to write sequence, but I sort of feel like ever since I got back from my food break, I've just been terrible at coming up with what to write. And we had such a good streak going. Surprisingly strong. I don't know why I read that. That was up here. That was where we started after the food break. She regained control. Seeing no other way. Vespa put her steel-plated gauntlet up for defense. And she did so just in time. She did so just in time. Look at how close we are to finishing page 42. Oh yes. The large white temple stone now came crashing down. Makes sense. Where she had stood moments ago. Vespa didn't quite avoid it. Didn't quite avoid the granite block. Which I scraped. Scraped. Damaged, injured, scratched, collected data, no. Detergent, no. Braided to rubber off a road. Damaged. Mangled, tarnished. Marred. Broken, ruptured, bent, no. I think scraped is probably best. Surface damage. With scraped. Her gauntlet arm. With a loud clank. Loud, long clank. Before it buried itself. half buried. Half buried itself within the dead soil. Of the keep's courtyard. Okay, we have definitely written 3 pages now, which is good. So that's like where it's like this line here. So that's good. Whoop, whoop, whoop. And a little more. Vespa herself though was still flung back. I don't know if that's the right word. Flung back by the impact. I'm sorry. By the impact flung back by the impact. In spite of her managing to flex her strength. That's also strange. Managing to readying her strength just in time. In time. Lemon released his clawed grip. Lemon released his clawed grip. As the stone was nearing, and so flew away before it hit Vespa. While still not pretty in flight, still not pretty. in flight. Is that a new type of L I'm doing? It's like almost an H. Damn, flew in a crescent. Up and back down. Maybe it should be in a large crescent. That was page 142. Oh yes. We're moving on to 143. Yo, 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 yo. And that was also 3 pages definitely done. For the day, yes, it was. And I guess, well, sort of keeping on track. I guess not really, but keeping on pace. But it's all right. It's alright, it's okay, because we're chill. We're chilling now. There's no rush. There's no need to hit a certain amount of words today, because we've already done the challenge, and I just want to see how far we can come. Though I do still, like, in spite of that, I do still have this, I want to write 5 pages every time I'm online. I don't know why. It's a bit weird. And back down. To to Vespa who was lying on the black black soil. On her back. Wow, that's a terrible phrasing. Rephrase. At Sunnesai. Recovering, collecting herself. Trying to recover from what had just happened. Trying to recover and I know from what had just happened. Oof. Ow. Ow. She complained. I don't know if complained is the right word. It's a bit... Oh no, she's complaining again. She complained. Word. Moved the left arm and tried to move the left arm that had taken the blunt damage, the blunt hit, I guess. Vespa had to sit back up using the right head to sit back up. Using her right. An opportunity. An opportunity. lemon took to land on her head. On her head. Still much concerned about her. Still much concerned about her. From his frantic streets. Oof. I think I'm okay. I think that I'm okay. She reassured. Oh, reassured, that looks wrong. Also not just because I'm reassured. It's just one R. Okay. Alright. Damn it. Well, it looked horrible anyway. Reassured. But her arm did really hurt. Her arm did really hurt. Sorry, I was just somehow really confused. I, for some reason, thought we would be on page 144, but no, of course we're not. I don't know what happened there. But her arm did really hurt. The steel plates of her gauntlet look to have gotten another dent. Another. Much to her dismay. Sorry about that. Just have to check something on the stream, but it all looks pretty good, I would say. Pretty good, okay? Vespa got back onto her feet. With plenty of groans. Plenty of groans. And oofs. And ows. Holding her left arm up with her right, with her right hand. Lemon seemed to have calmed down. Lemon seemed to have calmed down. Which she looked up to tell him that she was actually fine. Actually fine. And then she saw it. And there she saw it. A silhouette masked by the brightness of the twin suns, brightness of the twin suns behind. Standing on top of the scaffolding. While looking down. At least it appeared that way. Looking down at her. At least it appeared that way. I don't even know if we need that phrasing. Need it? Question mark? We are very, very, very close to the end of this chapter, by the way. It's just like a line away, I think. I just need to think of how I want to end it, really. How do we want to do that? I don't know. Swaying in the wind up that high. The silhouettes, cloak revealed what to Vespa looked like the dark blue colors of the son of the evening of the evening the same dark blue she had followed down in the dungeons, followed down in the dungeons those days ago. Then the silhouette turned around and disappeared onto the temple's roof and out of Vesper's sight and out of Vesper's sight. I kind of want to end it there. Oh, yes, Blaze Flame is back. Hello, streamer. It is done again. Zeus, is this how you face me? What? But good job. I'm assuming that you have indeed recovered all your stolen work. Let's just call it stolen. Stupid fucking word. All your stolen work. That's good to hear, Blaze Flame. Very good to hear. Now you can keep doing what you want. I mean, you could still do that before, but you know what I mean. I kind of want to end it here, the chapter, but we could also add like Chavita Bragi being really concerned. Let's do that, but we might change that. Vesper. Chavita Bragi shouted from the narrow windows. I guess this should be a question mark, and then there we go. Are you okay? And that Placement says I have rewritten all of it, and none of mine today. Well, it's good that you've recovered it. Recovered the work. Well done. Deserved an applause. Good discipline, good work ethic, and that is so important. But yeah, we are gonna go to chapter 12 here. So I guess that was like 9.5. We started there, so about 9 pages. That's pretty good actually, I think. And it was chapter 11, right? Chapter 11. So XII. XII chapter 12. And before we begin that, I just need to go to the quick bathroom break. Be right back. Yoink! Here I am back. As mentioned, I'm moving on to chapter 12. And chapter 12 is back in... We're still in the test allies and enemies. But chapter 12 is back down in the catacombs. And we have said here... that we need to introduce the history of the Eveningsun prophecy. I'm not sure that's actually what we need to introduce here. So let's just remove that. We have nature healing and spirit attunement. I think that's to weapon. So like spirit chaining to objects, weapons, and how it's done by elves. We have then that the main plot. Maybe we just have some history actually. Let's go with the subplot then. Some history of the battle for the dying light. We have written here that Vesper's in the catacombs being mentored by Reinaith. 2 out of 3. I don't know. It's probably just going to be this, and then the next chapter will be her confronting a protected Baldrake, and then haven't we been introduced to the Battle for the Dying Light? Well, we've been introduced in the prologue, of course, so there's no reason to have that there. Nature healing. No, what the hell? Spirit healing as well, which is dangerous. So there we go. and then that. And then that is like, we're probably going to remove this entirely, this chapter here, and instead start moving on to the actual end of the book after chapter 13. Yes. But Vesper is learning about Fae and healing abilities using nature. And she is astounded that there can be healing without the use of blessed water. We have written here that she learns it's pagan, but I'm not sure she would really learn that here. That makes more sense. I guess that would make more sense in a context of like a chapter or something. Flame says, prologue. I was thinking of writing one of those. Yeah. I'm actually quite happy with what I came up with the prologue. This is like from Reinaith and Adair's point of view. And we get like directly into the battle of this battle for the Dying Light, which is the entire backstory of this place, right? So I think that's pretty cool. I originally wanted it to be Vesper's parents delivering Vesper to the keep, but I think I want to use that for the second book prologue instead, now that Vesper has been established. But yeah, that's what's going to happen, and then the subplot, some history of Battle of Dying Light. We've said light to medium. I think this goes up here instead, actually, because that was an attempt, and then we say none to light down here. And then we can sort of begin to have, you know, the escalating tension throughout the last parts of the book. But yeah, I think this is going to be removed, this chapter. I just need to figure out if that works or not, and I think it does. I think it works better than having it, though I do actually quite like the having 3 mentor chapters. I mean, they could still happen, of course. This is just the first draft, but I think we want to move on to something a little more tensiony soon. So that's what we'll do. And I think I have just the thing. Ooh, just the thing for it. Okay, beginning of the new chapter. It's always interesting and difficult to do. So, like, Vesper say, you want me to do what? Now, of course, Vesper has learned to communicate with Reinaith without needing to hold the weapon. So that's something that we need to like reassess, I guess. You want me to What? No, actually, this is supposed to go all the way in. Damn it. It's the beginning of a new chapter, not a start of a paragraph. Well, it is also a start of a paragraph, but... Vespa asked... Renaith with some skepticism. She was back down in the catacombs. In the damp, cold catacombs. With its howling wind from the ceiling, a running stream from somewhere below. Somewhere running stream from somewhere below. And the flickering light of the torch and lantern. Then there's an opportunity here to mention, because that's going to be important, a foul stench from her leftover food that she brought down the first time she ventured down there, and that she hadn't taken with her back up yet. But that's going to be important because once Vespa she's going to be thrown down into the catacombs when there's darkness. She's going to use her sense of smell of the bag with the flint and tinder and everything to find light. Hey, Jamie's here. Welcome to the stream and the chat. What do you think your final word count is going to be in 4 days, Thomas? It's a good question. I think it's going to be like 56, 57,000, maybe 58. Because I'm going to stream today, and I'm going to do the about 5 pages that we usually do, And that's just under 2,000 words, right? Then I'm going to stream tomorrow morning. Tomorrow is going to be a morning stream because I have to get away for Saturday. And I won't be streaming Saturday, so I probably won't be writing anything more than like 15 minutes because I'm going to my aunt's birthday and stuff. And then we're going to be back Sunday for the final stream, where I do intend to have a longer stream, but yeah, I think around 56 to 58,000. That's probably a good guess. Just so you know where you need to end up as well if you really want to do better than me, you scoundrel, in our NaNoWriMo NaNoWriMo competition. And the flickering light of the lantern. A foul smell was beginning to spread from her the bag, from the satchel. I don't remember what word we used. Aw, Jamie says, I'm proud of you. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you so much. And thank you for getting me in on this challenge. It has been very fun. Although a little stressful the last couple of days, I gotta say. But today, it's all chill and good times now that we have completed it. But yeah, thank you for challenging me. It has been great, and I'm very happy, very proud of myself with what I have done so far. And I'm proud of you too, Jamie. Even though you have been just ahead of me in word count every single day. Almost every single day. There she had brought with her the first time she ventured down here on the suggestion of Chapter Peter. On the suggestion of Chapter Peter, she had brought plenty of food. Besides the flint and tinder. Flint and, damn it. And tinder. Extra candles and ropes. Extra candles and ropes. Which was now going bad. From the moist atmosphere, no, just bad, I think. But instead of actually removing of taking the satchel with her, Vespa had just Vespa had just done something. Moved it over to the wall. With the additional torch. That she fell down here with, that she had fallen down here with, had fallen down here with. Okay, so I'm a little worried that it is simply 2 on the nose. 2 on the nose. It is a bit, it's of course to remind the reader that, hey, there is actually these things, this flint and tinder and the torch, leftover torch. Leftover? Is actually down here when she's going to be using that towards the end of this story. You brought the knife. Oh, it's cursive time. You brought the knife that I asked you, did you not? Renaith asked from nowhere and everywhere at once, just to, you know, for good measure, have that in there. There's actually only like 30 pages or something left of the book. Okay, so we're not gonna, it's not like we're going to run out during NaNoWriMo, but I actually need to start thinking about buying another one. Shit. Maybe I should do that after I close down the stream. Nowhere and everywhere at once. I did. Vespa answered. And took up the knife. That she had placed the skinning knife. Let's go with skinning knife. That she had the skinning knife that she had possibly that she has placed on his tomb. Yeah, I guess. Could also brought with her. Placed on his tomb. Since she didn't need to touch the Warhammer's handle anymore. The Warhammer's handle anymore. Vespa was sitting a lot more comfortably. Though still on her knees, though still on her knees. Next to it. Lemon had taking up residence on the handle now. chirping away as Vesper spoke with Renaith. And you also brought me brought a piece of a freshly cut tree. No, this should be... Damn it, this should all have been cursive. Fudge. And you... also... Luckily, my normal handwriting is almost cursive anyway, so... Brought a piece of freshly cut tree. The spirit continued asking, I guess. Continue it. Like a branch preferably with some leaves and maybe fruit, berries or nuts, fruit, berries or nuts. That, my dear friends, was page 143, and we move on to 144. Boom. Oh, sweet, amazing baby Jesus, this is so good. We're a little bit behind pace though, but so is it. New page hype, indeed, Miri. New page hype. Let's go. This one shouldn't be there, or maybe it should, but not for now. All right. Let's see. Oops, forgot an I in berries. Berries. Everyone can see that says berries. Vespa placed the knife back down on the tomb. And took up a thorny branch of with thick green leaves and white berries, maybe just red berries and red berries. What tree? We need to decide on a tree or bush. What tree / bush? And red berries. From the graveyard. From the temple graveyard. Up above. She had to use her right hand again, her right hand again. Given how of course, how did he, if her, I was about to say, given how her left was still in a sling, given how her left was still in a sling. As a result of the of the falling temple stone. That had almost crushed her. was about to say, how on earth would she get down using the rope into the catacombs? But I guess as long as it's down, it's easier than going up again. It wasn't broken. It wasn't broken. Though it had temporarily changed colors to blue and yellow. Changed colors to blue and yellow. Oh. I just realized it was a bit too high actually than we've done the other times. Oh, this is much more comfortable. Wow. From the bruising. But Chavita Peter I guess here a couple of days ago. Chavita Peter is what the hell? Peter. But Chavita Peter. Had still advised to let it heal naturally, given how much blessed water how much blessed water as she had spent that had been spent on her injuries. Over a relatively small period of time. Short. Oh, that was a weird period of time. The worst part though, the worst part though, besides the fact that Vespa had to get up from the catacombs, had to somehow climb up again, somehow climb up the ropes again, up the rope to the dungeon, again with this arm. Was the fact that Peter and Bragi had asked her to leave this. This is a long paragraph. Holy smokes. To leave her steel plated gauntlet in her room. To better help her arm along. So this was a giant paragraph. Long paragraph. In case I couldn't see that. In case my future self couldn't see that on my own. Yeah, that was a really long paragraph. Holy smokes. I have it right here. She said and held it up. Even though she wasn't sure for whom, wasn't sure for whom whom. And she was also really confused. As to what was about to happen. Should probably have mentioned here that she didn't have any problem with going into the graveyard. We can do it like this. But you still haven't told me what I need it for. She asked and looked at the thorns, looked at the thorns between the leaves and berries, thorns between the leaves and berries. Much to her surprise, much to her surprise, much to her own surprise. She didn't have any trouble going into the graveyard. To cut off the branch from the only living tree plant in and around Black Rivers Keep. Black Rivers Keep. Actually, now that she thought about it, Vesper thought about it, That's an about. About it. She haven't had such a strange word or phrase. I think it's correct, but it's just weird. It's just wired. Weird. She hadn't had. It's also wrong here. Definitely wrong here. She hadn't felt, I guess. Felt that eerie feeling for a while. But why do you want me? Do you want me to cut myself? With the knife? I guess it should have been a kitchen knife, actually, not a skinning knife. We haven't had any skinners. Kitchen. That would have been a fun point to stop. Why do I want to cut myself with a knife? But I still need to go down to somewhere down here at least. I think I want to at least start the next page so that it's also easy for tomorrow to see when we have written 5 pages or 4 pages, whatever. Let's see. With the knife. We fans. Were humans. Have mastered fire and water and the ability to heal with both Renee began. Vespa had heard about the Templars and their sacred flame. And although she had never experienced it, she had always thought that the blessed water sounded much nicer. Blessed water sounded much nicer. She also had a little difficulty distracting herself. No, that doesn't make any sense. Had little difficulty not being proud of herself and how easy she found talking to the spirit in the Warhammer. The spirit in the Warhammer. She barely had to use any focus anymore. She barely had to focus at all anymore. Just simply think about Renaith. No, wrong way. And his voice. We Fae folk have different approaches. Different approaches. He continued. As Vespa reconcentrated. I don't know if that's the right word. Reconcentrated. There's also with a C, I believe. Concentrate. Concentrated. Word. On what he was saying. What do you mean with different approaches? What do you mean by different approaches? She asked curiously. It is good. It is good that what I say seem to bring your attention. That sounds weird. Bring your attention. Renee said, with the feeling of a grin, the feeling of a grin. As I have told you before, us folk are creatures, no, people. Like the forest. Forests. They're protectors. And nurturers. Oops. That I don't know if that's correctly spelled. That is a word. Correct. Hey, we're close to the end of page 144 and the end of this live stream, everybody. Whoop. Oh shit. Just cracked my neck in case you didn't hear it. And so we are lucky to get, I guess some of us are, some of us are lucky to get to utilize their immense power for our own benefits. As long as we don't upset the Umber Mother, don't upset the Umber Mother, that's an M. supposed to be an M. In case you were wondering why it's such a shitty letter. I actually think that was... Yep, that was indeed 5 pages for the day. Whoop! Let's go! Almost on pace. Almost on pace. So we did spend, what, like 20 minutes before we actually began writing today. Because we were just talking, which was nice. So it has actually been going pretty well today, to be honest. But let's keep for the rest of this page, and then we'll end the live stream on the next. So what you're saying is Whisper said after giving Rena's word, Rena is words some thought. Oops. Yeah, that's not supposed to be a question mark, please. So what you're saying is that the Fae folk can use trees and other forest things to heal. Among other things. Among us. Other. Damn it. Almost had it. Almost saved it. Other things. Yes, that is correct. Rena is confirmed. Okay, I just got the wildest deja vu. Deja vu. And I don't know what on earth that was about. I don't know where from. I don't actually remember it. I just like, what? You know that feeling. You all know this series. Which apparently there is one explanation for it, and it is that one of your eyes processes information faster than the others, and sometimes that sort of there's a little lag, I guess. At least that's the explanation I've heard. Probably not confirmed. It isn't confirmed, but it's a theory. And then your brain lags a little bit, but you still process the first bit of information from one of the eyes and then the other bit afterwards, so you sort of get this double effect. There might be, don't quote me on that, but it might be an explanation to déjà vu. Unless we're running in a simulation, of course, like the Matrix, and it's an actual error in the code. That could also be a thing. Who knows? Vespa didn't quite know how to respond. Actually, as she stared at the branch in her right hand. She had never heard of anything but the blessed water to heal. And maybe the sacred flame. But all paladins were vehemently against. That was page 144, so we'll move over to page 145, and as we write a little bit more, we will end the live stream here. Vehemently against using that for any purpose. If something as simple as a bruh, and brum. There, that is it for today. So let's have a count, shall we? 5 hours and 15 minutes in, and we started page 145. So if I go here, we say 1 page, 2 page, 3 page, 4 page, 5 page, and 5 pages, and with the master sort of counting, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 lines. 5 pages and 7 lines of the day, which I believe we are sort of close with that to 2000. Well, we are actually a little below 1900, but it's okay. 1898. I thought we'd done that before. Oh, that was 8 lines. Okay. But that means our new total is 52,531. Let's go. Let's freaking go. So we go in here and we update the progress. Day 27. Day 27. And our new progress is 52,531 out of 50,000. Whoop, whoop. Oh, yeah. And let's see where our bar position. Oh, our dual position is going to be outside the -8 pixels. I wonder if it can do that actually. So progress bar is here. We hide the dual. The progress bar will keep growing, and it will keep growing to 29. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that just beautiful and amazing? And this one goes to -8. I mean, it should. No, it can't. Oh my god. Whoa, would you look at that? I had no idea. So we go back here, and that's weird. Oh, is it? I think maybe it is actually minus 8 pixels. I think it's good. Nicoletta said, oh, maybe it's a new page hype. Whoop, whoop. I think that was now. Nicoletta says, you should change stream. You should change the stream's red bar to your new word count goal. Yes, we should, but I do find it very, very, very funny actually that it's like going above the frame. So I think what we'll do is we'll have the red bar go all the way up, and then a new maybe purple bar or something is going to show up in the bottom. I need to make that first though, or blue, but purple is probably a good color. So we get like this double bar, and we'll do it twice, and then have after NaNoWriMo, I think I'll use the triangle there for the new goal, which is like 70,000 or something. I don't actually have a new word count goal, but you know, I mean, it's fun to see if we can do 70,000. But that was it for today. Tomorrow's live stream, there is gonna be one, but it's going to be early in the morning for me, so like 8 o'clock, which here is like 10 hours away or something. Nicholas say you could make a new bar, for example 70k, and the beginning of the red bar could already be above the middle. Yeah, something like that. I think I'll need to give it a little think on what I want to do. But yeah, probably something like that. I do like the fact that there is a red bar filling all the way through the screen and above and beyond the frame. I find that immensely funny, and over the 50,000 words word. So that's cool. But yeah, like I said, tomorrow is going to be way earlier. It's going to be in like 10 hours. And I know that's a bit of a weird time for many of you, but I have other commitments, so I can't do it tomorrow evening. And Saturday, of course, there will be no stream and we'll be back Sunday with a big final stream for everyone to enjoy, and we'll see how far we get. All right, that was it for today. Thank you guys so much for watching, and thanks to you guys for chatting. It is always amazing to hear your thoughts and just how you're doing and everything. It's great. Thank you so much for being here. Remember to like the live stream if you haven't already, or if you're watching the VOD, remember to like it please as well. It means a lot. And maybe even subscribe to me if you haven't already, and join this journey of ours. Nicoletta says see you, and I will see you guys sometime tomorrow, I hope. Just remember that we write our own stories. Bye.